planet is changing Smite. Again, it now has 2 upgrades as part of the preseason 2023 changes coming to League, so let's check it out. First off, it no longer heals. The base damage is being increased from 450 to 600, and the first upgrade transforms it into Primal Smite, which allows you to smite champions and deal 20 to 160 true damage, and it slows by 20% for 2 seconds. The second upgrade turns it into Avatar Smite and now increases damage to 1200 and deals 50% AoE damage to non-champs plus pet effects. So some pretty huge changes that have come out today. Let me know what you think in the comments below. And as always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
is unstoppable. An ally has been slain. has destroyed a turret.
What up, y'all? It's Boyago, and I just want to say, today, I think the end is near. I want to talk about the potential layoffs that may be happening at Google. That's right, guys. Tech workers are actually getting laid, but not the good kind. It's no secret that many companies are in the middle of a hiring freeze or they're doing layoffs. Think Uber, Snap, Meta, and of course, Google. Yeah, lots of articles are popping up about how our CEO Sundar is talking about performance improvements, budget cuts. And it's the end of Q3, so if earnings for this quarter wasn't that great for Google, layoffs are probably on the table. It's kind of scary to think about because if I get laid off, I end up losing out on my free food at Google, my free gym access, and nobody else would watch my YouTube videos because they only watch it because I work at Google. So it is a really scary thought. I put my heart and soul into Boyago, man. Oh yeah, and I'd also lose my income, which is my entire livelihood. So there's that too. But yeah, I'm already seeing the results of these budget cuts. I mean, look at these empty offices, man. It's a work day. I'm filming this on like a Tuesday right now. Nobody's here. Alright, just kidding. I really don't know why nobody's here. But yeah, it's completely empty here. I also have something else to show you. Are you seeing the atrocity that I see here? Justin's honey peanut butter. This used to be almond butter. What did they take us for? Peasants? So yeah, man, you could tell Google's going through some tough times. Sundar has repeatedly talked about how Google isn't immune to macroeconomic conditions, and he also did that simplicity sprint back in end of July, beginning of August, and it's very clear he's kind of worried. Please don't fire me. I need this job. In all seriousness though, I hope nobody at Google really ends up losing their jobs. But there is a chance, and it's important to just be prepared for when you get laid off. So that's kind of what I've been doing the last few months. I think from a mental side, for preparing for that, it's just realizing that you are just a cog in the machine. If the company needs to let you go, you will be let go. And the CEO will still have his multi-million-dollar bonuses and his multi-million-dollar salary. You are just an employee, and a job is just a job. You come in, you do your work, you get paid for it. And no matter how much the company makes you want to love them, just remember, that's all it is at the end of the day. Because when shit hits the fan, you are disposable. So no, your CEO won't give up his yacht. He won't give up his mansion. So please, don't get attached to your company. Don't get attached to your manager, the people that you work with. Only get attached to the work that you do. The craft. Company loyalty is stupid because no company will ever be loyal to you. Just a thought. So yeah, fall in love with coding, fall in love with math, science, engineering, fall in love with graphic design, Photoshop, whatever. Just don't fall in love with your company because that's dumb. But yeah, your company can call you family, they can pretend to love you, give you free food, give you fun amenities, give you fun company events, great pay, all of that. But it means nothing when shit hits the fan. When they need to let you go, you will be let go. What the is that turkey? Anyways, enough with the doom and gloom. You guys might be wondering what I'm actually planning on doing. I think it's pretty basic advice, but I'm doing all the things that you're basically supposed to be doing, which is polishing my resume and getting ready for interviews in case I have to, and just building up my savings so I could survive if I were to lose.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
on my. Wait. Yeah, you there? Oh, there we go. Not much. You just streaming to your 1/1,000,000th of a million viewers. Just need 1,000,000 more. Oh yeah. Wait, like, is one not used then, or like it uses both in different places?
He uses both in different places. He'll update one and it just won't do what you want. And then like where each is used is just super like random. I don't know, the call stack is so deep in maturity dates. But yeah, everything's in there twice. I'm like, what the heck is going on?
What?
It's like inconsistent too. Like he made some updates to one and like some updates to the other, and I'm like, this is just insane. Like I think it's probably because he had like 23 branches or whatever, like pink 21, pink 22. Like how do you keep all that straight? Can't even keep one branch straight, man.
I mean, I have a lot of branches, but they're on different features. Or, well, I mean, sub features anyways. They're not like overlapping. Or usually not. You kind of get in the weeds when you do that because you're like, oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. Sometimes we'll get in the weeds and I'll just move it to a new branch for like later, which is usually never. I almost always just go back to making the simple update.
I was just thinking, yeah, or somewhat more recently anyways, for a while now I suppose. If I get to that point, usually I'm not really that deep in it anyway, and then I'll either like say, whatever, these two things that should be separate are now one branch, or there won't be that many commits, so I'll just cherry pick them into the correct branches and keep them separate again.
Right, exactly. That's the nice way to do it too. Really, like what's super important I think is keeping like your refactoring and zero diff changes like on their own branch, so you can just like merge that branch on its own later. Just confirm that it's like zero diff, and yeah.
I've definitely learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about, I do this, there's less of it to do now because I've blown up the patterns like line-wise so that they're easier to read, or at least easier for me to read. So there's fewer and fewer of them to do that with. But like halfway through that process, I realized, okay, if you're gonna do that, you gotta go for the zero diff, and it's gonna be the first few commits.
Yeah.
And then you gotta verify that that is legit, and then you can start making your updates. Because if you get like halfway into your updates, and then you get frustrated, and you're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna blow up all these patterns. Then if you make a mistake, you're gonna be really wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Also, if you're reordering commits, like rebasing, interactive, or whatever, and a bunch of them are like, you know, just refactoring or zero diff, it still changes the stack on top, which is super annoying. Right, like when you rebase, and you like reorder, everything beyond that, like the commit hash changes. Not everything below it. So yeah, it's nice to have all of your like zero diffs all at the bottom together at the root of the trunk.
Yeah, that's a pain.
Yeah.
That's why I've been keeping, going back to that, that's why I've been keeping cross default on its, not just its own branch of course, but also like its own set of diffs. I don't even bother trying to mix that with the other ones because it feels like such a heavy update that we're kind of lost on. It's like, why make it more confusing by mixing other things?
Yeah.
Why is there like any kind of rhyme or reason to the duplication of that? Like, does it even hint at like this was confusing, so he just like, I don't know what you call that, but like a duplicate one so that this half of the algorithm at least is like understandable or something? Because that's, I don't know, that's really weird to me. I don't know what to think about it.
Right.
I guess it's just not his cup of tea. It's. I think that's the most sad part about that situation is that went on for too long. Like, it would have been way more ideal for him to find something better
Yeah,
earlier, you know?
it was like so long. I feel bad because you still don't understand like the fundamentals of this stuff, because like he didn't know what referral and embedded definitions were. That was like one of the things I had to do today was like handle those. I'm like, oh, this is actually not super hard, but I guess you have to make it in a few different places. Diana doesn't lifesteal, but I had red buff, which heals me. I think red buff heals you for percent missing, so the weaker you are, the more health you get. And you have the shield on W, which like refreshes after you pop all 3 bubbles. So she's surprisingly tanky. If I break this, I'll know I'm here, so I kind of want him to break it, but he's busy farming, so I could have waited for her to come. But with that,
I made an update to the analysis document today. So, yeah, I was feeling pretty confident. I was like, hell yeah, I'm writing the analysis now, boy. And, but there's like this one document with, there's like, you know, it's an invested default. So the section is like section F or something. And there's like Roman numerals, and all of them are supposed to be under bankruptcy, but we were only picking up like a few of them. So it's like, okay, well obviously you're saying like literally all of them should be, so there's some, and they're all short too. It's not like huge giant paragraphs. It's like very reasonable, like a single short sentence, you know, or one of them was like just a moderate paragraph, like totally reasonable. It was like, this should make sense. So I got the first one like right away. I'm like, oh, because instead of saying bankruptcy or bankruptcy laws or whatever, it says Title 11. So I Google Title 11, and that's the bankruptcy part of the U.S. code. I'm like, well, that's pretty fucking straightforward, right? So I just made it match Title 11. Like, okay, cool, I got this shit. And then for like an hour, I tried to figure out the other ones. So I was like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing. So, but at least I got to touch one thing in the analysis document. Still feel cool.
That is cool. Where am I?
Yeah, I got in a call with Darcy because I was like, just make sure this one's good, and then maybe you can tell me like what I'm missing with these other ones, because yeah, I don't really get what they're supposed to match or anything. But I think it's the wrong day to have that conversation with theirs, because they looked like they were doing crazy shit on everything else, cleanups and stuff.
Oh yeah.
I'm basically at a state where anything additional I do will be like last minute additions that I don't feel like it's a good idea, because, you know, it could just introduce more errors or, you know, too much iteration time. We're not going to get it in, you know, because last minute push.
Right.
So I've been kind of, kind of chilling, I guess.
That's good though. They really wanted the maturity date stuff in quick, but I'm like, well, that diff takes like an hour.
Yeah.
Or no, longer than that actually. It's like several hours.
I guess you could just do, or maybe you're talking about just doing the 400 docs that we're looking at or whatever.
Yeah, true.
I've realized that recently. I'm like, you know, that's a pretty big document set. I probably could just do this on that. But I don't know. My diffs though, I guess you could argue if you got to do both the base state and the diff state, but if you're only doing the diff state, you know, the one snapshot, then yeah, it takes over an hour, but it's like not that much different than 30 to 45 minutes on a smaller set, you know.
Right.
It's worth it. I finally, I don't know if I told you this, but, oh yeah, I totally did. Yeah, I finally figured out that there's like 4 mandatory parts, you know, to one of the patterns in cross default, actually several of them. And we were losing all these results that we used to get. And so I finally looked in the history, and it's like, oh, in the analysis document, the fourth part just says not in the code, and it's like a old currency pattern that was just grabbing a few of the major ones. It wasn't comprehensive at all, you know. And
Yeah.
it's like, well, of course we're not using that because like it's not going to hit right.
Yeah.
So that wasn't in. But because of that, we're hitting a lot of good stuff without that requirement. So now that we've like updated that part to be more robust, but we've also made it mandatory, so now it's missing the sections that should match but don't match that, right? So they don't have that component. Like some of these literally don't have a number in there, but they are across the whole section. So it's like, well, you know, obviously that's a problem then, and we need to rethink that. Maybe we need to, you know, honestly, if we're going for like level 2, we should really like just keep the matches without the numbers and then do a second pass on like the match sections to try to pull out numbers.
Yeah.
If, you know, if they're present. But I hardly even want to think about that though, because that's a big enough analysis where it's not like we have a handful of patterns that we could easily iterate over. There's like lots of exclusions, some of the patterns are running a little bit different options and stuff, and it's like really, it's not like super messy, but it's messy enough, you know, where, yeah, I think the level 2 stuff is going to be a pain. Gotta hit the restroom. Alright, I'm back.
Yo.
So did you finish those maturity date updates then?
Yeah, it was just a couple simple changes, but it really took Richard and my full thought to get it to work.
Oh
I deleted
That's
all
funny.
that debug shit too. I deleted like 1,000 lines from it.
yeah. Wow. Oh, like the big. It wasn't even a class, was it? It was
We
like
did have a class with like a bunch of different settings and methods for printing it in different ways and stuff. I was like, oh, why, dude? Just like,
That might have been my fault. I showed him mine.
oh yeah.
But I have this, which I should go get rid of it because it's. I need to. I'm almost on the verge of being lazy about this, but what I need to do is plug it into the actual logger correctly. Get a custom handler to do the things that I want to do. But anyways, I have like just a simple function, it's debug. And in production, you know, if debug is not on, then it just returns, you know. Now, the arguments you give it, if you did sorting and shit, which I do, that still occurs. Probably not a huge deal, but, you know, it's a waste of time. So I should really remove it. However, anyways, I showed Robert that because he seemed to be struggling. I was like, well, this is what I do, man. You know, if you need some stuff to print out, this way it doesn't print in production. But he apparently took that to an extreme, or he
Like,
just
prints everywhere. I was like, dude. This makes it hard to read what's going on. There's already so much duplication to code and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. He must have been like just looking for a new job basically the whole time.
Yeah.
I don't know what his situation is. I guess as I get older, I do see how like, well, even if a job wasn't working out for you, you kind of still have to make money and you have to get a family and all that kind of shit. What are you gonna do? Kind of trudge forward till you find something better, I guess.
Right.
So are you gonna make a LinkedIn?
I've had a LinkedIn for a long time. And I've already been registered as an employee at Mammoth. I was like, oh yeah, they got that.
Wonder if she just pinged you then because she felt like I needed the encouragement or something. Or maybe she really didn't realize that you're already on there.
I don't know. There's not many of us to count.
I saw like half the company are joking that it's but it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a very big company though.
Yeah.
Pretty much everyone in like white collar work as a LinkedIn though. Just everybody
Yeah.
hates it.
Everybody's got pictures, and I'm like, I don't have any pictures.
Yeah.
I've seen a picture of Charles before, and you know, and after having talked in our chats and stuff for a while, it's like, oh man, now I got that thing where like, now I know what you actually look like. You know, it's the voice in the world. It's weird, you know. But then I saw his picture on LinkedIn, and I don't really remember the picture I saw before. So now I have like another new, like, whoa, that's Charles, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Should probably. I don't necessarily want to like slave myself out to LinkedIn stuff, but should probably do the responsible thing. At least have like a decent profile on there, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally the new way that people find you. You just get recruiters headhunting on LinkedIn all day, and they pay for like premium, so they get, I don't know, filters and optimizations to headhunt better.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice though that like you don't just cold apply to jobs anymore. Now you get jobs cold applying to you instead.
I wonder how. I mean, experience will probably trump everything, but I don't have an extensive experience history, obviously, and but then it's like, you know, people who put in their education are 4 times more likely to get contacted or whatever. And
Oh
I'm
yeah.
like, you want me to put my high school in there? Self-taught boy.
3 Boys Academy.
YOLO Swagans University. I think it was Nick that I was looking at his profile just to see like what else people look like. And he had like a bunch of stuff in his history for doing like cybersecurity stuff for like different like government, I think. Or somebody who contracts with the government anyway.
That's
I
cool.
was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Like, who knows what he actually did, because, you know, can't always judge a book by the cover kind of thing, but it still sounded like it was accurate.
I always respect cybersecurity stuff. It's just cool.
Yeah, I feel like you gotta be a little bit smart to do that. Not necessarily just because of what you deal with, but I think that's one of those. It's kind of like the optimization thing too, where you can get stuff like Python's kind of like geared for that, where you can get stuff done in like a fairly inefficient way, but it'll work. But it takes like another level of thought to do it in an efficient way, right? And I think cybersecurity type of stuff is sort of similar. Like, you know, you can always just send JSONs across the internet,
Yeah.
but whatever you're doing to manage it in a way that's actually secure, is, you know, higher level of detail. Or so I would assume. So it sounds like I'm probably going to Joe Satriani concert on Saturday with Josh.
Oh, nice. I remember Joe Satriani. That's cool.
I'm sure it'll be like, you know, cool because he's really good at guitar. I'm not really into the like guitar player type of bands.
Yeah.
Obviously I like good guitar, but not like the one solo guy who does the good guitar, you know?
Yeah. It's like the Finger dancing, yeah, guitar masturbation, 100%.
Right, yeah.
So, okay,
That's
man.
Ingve Malmsteen.
Yeah, Ingwe Malmsteen. Okay, guys, you want to group up? We can group up.
Man, I went to a concert, Ingve Malmsteen with Josh, and it was kind of a weird experience because it was in like an auditorium where there was just seating, and I think was it? I don't even remember what the place is called, but it was like kind of the yeah. Well, anyways, a small theater kind of a thing, and it's this guy. He's like doing like rock and roll kicks. You know, he's got all the like fake amplifiers lining the back of the stage and everything, like being the rock star guy, which he kind of is, but like from the 80s or the 90s or something, and now, you know, I don't think he's nearly as big as he used to be. And certainly at this event, it was like a small event, you know, so it felt kind of weird. And I was like super tired. I almost told Josh I couldn't go because I was just so tired. I was like, you know, that'd be shitty. I'll go to the thing, you know. And then I ended up getting like a little too drunk too. And I was just so tired, and I felt so bad because this guy's like putting lots, you know, he's obviously super good at guitar. He's putting a ton of energy into his show because it's like it's supposed to be the rock and roll guy playing guitar thing. And I think it was mostly also just him on stage. It's kind of a weird thing. I don't remember there being like a band in the background. Maybe I'm wrong about that because I was just so tired, but that's kind of a weird thing. But I felt bad because it's not even a small place, so it's not like we were at the front row, but it's not like there was that many rows anyway. And I'm totally falling asleep. And I'm like, oh, I hope this guy doesn't look at me because I feel so bad, but I'm legitimately tired, man. I'm sorry. So, doing the rock and roll high kicks with the head bang, and then just looks at this dude passed out. Yeah, he was just talking to me today, sending me a message about it today, and it's this Saturday. So it kind of makes me wonder if like maybe he was gonna go some other people and they dropped out or something, because it feels like really last minute to go to like a Joe Satriani concert.
Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe he's doing the same thing I do, I guess, where kind of want to go and then it's the week of and you're like, fuck it, just gotta buy some tickets.
Yeah. Dude, downhill, this game's uphill. They had 3 dragons to 0, now we got 2 dragons. But our bot lane is super weak, like their server is just insane. Completely wrecking us. What do you do?
So I was talking to you, you know, the other night, real late, after drinking at the neighbor's house.
Yeah.
Dude, the next day I was like, should not have done this.
Right.
I think I probably would have sweated it off a little bit more if I'd actually gotten up. But it was a Sunday, so I was just laid in bed for like several hours. And didn't do anything. Just felt terrible the whole day.
Oh no. Hangovers are so much worse when you're 30.
I think part of it though, this is probably true, but part of it also I felt like if I go anywhere and I'm like legitimately super hungover, it's kind of not cool, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas like when you're like 20, if you're like super hungover and you go hang out with your friends and you go somewhere or whatever, it's gonna be like normal. Right? If I'm just like 30 solo, going to, you know, grab a bite to eat somewhere super hungover, like it's just like how you do. Oh, it's Sunday.
Oh, Sunday concerts suck because then you get back real late. You gotta get up on Monday hungover.
I just realized here's another one for it. Ticketmaster. Those racist bastards. I think they can just enslave you with your ticketing business. I think they're the masters.
Ticket slave.
Slave to these ticket prices. Such a weird thing. Like, I think the fees and stuff involved with all that is totally over the top, kind of gouging you. But then at the same time, there's a reason they're in business. Like, I guess they just do a service that works well enough for everyone involved. And I think you end up losing quite a bit of your money if you try to resell your tickets, but
Yeah.
and it's super easy to resell them. I haven't done it, but it looks like you basically just hit a button and it's just out there. Oh, getting audited. My ticket philosophy is out there in the open. We're on Discord. We should go to the whatever server in the voices when the neighbor joins just feet away. Moving over.
Oh yeah, I'll hop over there.
Playing?
Yo.
Yeah.
You don't.
I'm just smoking a cigar.
Nice.
I gotta cut back. I was looking at my credit card because at my new place, the landlord, she's got this like, I don't know if it counts as a 3 or 4 season, but it's like a enclosed porch.
Oh yeah.
Thing, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, she doesn't mind if I smoke cigars in here because it's kind of the smoking room anyway.
Yeah.
And so I've been taking full advantage of that. I was looking at my credit card statement the other day and I'm like, oh, I knew it's like expensive, but that adds up.
Yeah. Man, we just got a credit card bill after buying a refrigerator and couch.
Oh man.
And tires. It's like everything we bought in like the same, like we just went kind of nuts. We happened to find a couch and we happened to find a refrigerator like at the Best Buy outlet. So we I think it was like $1,600 for the refrigerator and for the couch and for new tires on our Traverse. Everything was $1,600. It's like,
oh wow.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So the credit card bill is like $6,000.
Remember you talking about how like, your furnace is just hanging in there, but you probably should get a new one because it's technically past its life expectancy.
Yeah.
But what is it, like 10 grand or something?
Yeah, there's so much money and so stupid. It's like such basic technology. It should cost like $100, honestly. Like, I don't know.
For like 500 bucks.
At this point, I just decided today I'm holding out for hydrogen furnaces.
Yeah.
Because, like, freaking natural gas, that's not going to last much longer. Have you guys heard about Germany and their issues?
Yeah, all the
Being
gas
cut off.
issues.
Yeah, they're like cut off on gas, and now they're like, all the EU countries are like kind of starting to like think they might just hoard their own different energies and things, and it's like it's literally gonna destroy the EU completely because their whole philosophy is like, oh, we share all of our resources fairly, but then they're like, Norway's like, well, you know, as much as we wanna share equally, we actually think we should probably just hold on to the gas for now for winter. And then like Germany's like, well, we're definitely not going to be exporting electricity then because we need it if we don't have any gas. I'm like,
Yeah.
I heard gas, like people are getting gas bills. You know how, well, I've heard it's 7 times as much there in like, even in the UK because
Yeah.
of their like, you know, policies and everything.
Hmm.
Reverse subsidies for for like oil and gas. So if it's 7 times as much, and then if they don't have like our programs here, you know, it's like we pay average the average amount year round, so it's only like $90 a month instead of paying like 500 a month in the winter. But
Hmm.
they're getting bills. People are getting bills for like three grand for like a bill in the, you know,
That's
and they're
actually like,
Hmm?
as well as I may be doing these days, if I got a 3 grand gas bill, man, I'd be fucking broke.
I know. And like people are like, I literally can't pay this. Like, what am I supposed to do? You know?
Yeah.
And it's
That's
like
that's
they're like panic buying electric heaters and stuff, which are like the most unenergy efficient or like the most energy inefficient things ever.
yeah.
And like just it's getting like I just read today like there's all this political stuff between countries like starting today. It's like, oh my gosh, man. And they, you know, Jake was saying that they're like almost gonna enter into like real depression era type situations where they're gonna have to like burn their furniture in the fireplace to like heat
Yeah.
their homes, you know?
Like it's
Like,
not just expensive, but it's actually like there's not enough to go around.
yeah, there's literally, yeah, like their gas is, they basically got cut off, you know, Russia cut them off completely.
Yeah.
And then there's like no other way to get it.
That's
It's
actually
crazy.
crazy because when Trump was either running or in office, it must have been when he was in office, he was telling the Europeans like, you guys are gonna get basically screwed because you're way too reliant on Russian energy.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like laughing at him.
Yeah.
And now they're super screwed. And
Yeah.
you can argue like, well, maybe a war in Ukraine is a little bit more than what Trump was suggesting. But
Mm.
I don't know, either way though, it's like, well, that wasn't so
Yeah.
far off.
Seriously. You're dealing with a different animal. But
Yeah, I heard that in I don't really know much about this, but in the UK, apparently a lot of people have like these, I don't know what they're called, but they're like, I think they're basically like coal burning stoves and they've
mm.
been like converted to gas.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I think the problem is that they're these huge cast iron things. So
Mm-hmm.
like to heat the oven up, you got to heat up like the cast iron, it takes a lot
Oh
of heat.
wow.
So, I don't know for sure all the details, but I think that's what's going on. And anyways, they're like selling them now because it's like it looks like rustic and fancy
Yeah.
when the gas prices aren't too bad, right? But then when they
Yeah.
go up by whatever multiple, all of a sudden it's like,
Oh
get this
man.
shit out of here, you know? Like,
Yeah. Doesn't.
you need like a Bunsen burner.
I know. Or like yeah, like heated blankets just to
Yeah,
survive the winter. It's kind of crazy. I just
yeah,
well,
yeah.
I don't know. I was getting into all kinds of nerdy stuff today at work because I saw that 3M just announced that they discovered like some artificial catalyst to make like to it's like one of the key elements needed to manufacture hydrogen,
Oh yeah.
and like hydrogen's super expensive to manufacture without this, without I think it's like iridium or something. Like they've been working on it for like 25 years or something. Like they said since the 80s they've had like theorizing about this, and they
Uh,
just discovered like they're able to like manufacture this. I think it's iridium powder. Let me look it up. Yeah, iridium catalyst powder. They nanostructured it, and it's like kind of insane. It said, yeah, iridium trades at $4,000 an ounce, and it's needed for like creating hydrogen. And so this could like revolutionize, green hydrogen and make it like super easy to make. I mean, because hydrogen is theoretically easy to make because you can like make it out of water, or
yeah.
and it gives off water vapor when you burn it. Like I'm like already dreaming of flying in hydrogen balloons.
Actually, that'd be super cool too, because I think there's like rocket fuels that are made like that, where
Hmm.
the byproduct of burning it is just water vapor.
Yeah, yeah,
So that could, on top of perhaps, being green energy or something like that, it could
super.
also make rocket fuel cheap.
Yeah, it could make like it could be like make a lot of stuff cheap. It could make energy super cheap and like
Because I think it'd be cool. Like, that game Kerbal Space Program.
Hmm.
People get into that. I tried it. It's too clunky for me to like actually build rockets out of, because it's just like, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it's
It's like mathy.
not. That's the thing. Not even. It's just the editor to build rockets
Oh,
is like, it's okay as far as like a video game goes, but if you want to do like more like Factorio style, where you're like gonna build a base on the moon and try to like
yeah.
run, like do the stuff that the YouTubers do, then it's
Hmm.
just like too clunky for that, at least in
Hmm.
my opinion. Um, that's kind of beside the point, though. So it's like a cool thing, but uh, it would be cool to do it in real life, obviously, right? Like put a satellite up and around the moon or
Yeah,
something, And you can, for like kind of cheap, actually, you can buy like a slot on. I don't know if these are like actually selling yet, but there's companies, not just SpaceX, but there's other companies that like do these CubeSats, where I think they do them for like schools and stuff mostly, where you get like a certain dimension of like a cube, and you put whatever satellite type of thing you want in there, and they'll blast it up into low Earth
really.
for you for like. And I don't remember what the numbers are exactly, but I think it's like under 10 grand per slot, and it might be as low as like two or something like that.
Really.
And uh, it's like a lot of money that you could like buy a used car instead, right?
Yeah,
But if you had the money to burn and you're into that, I mean, you could basically put a satellite into space for a hobby, if you
yeah.
were really into it, which is super
Hmm.
cool.
Yeah, that is. Or
So like,
even yeah.
with
I
like the
remember
rocket fuel being cheaper, that could just bring those prices down further.
Matt. Do you remember when I was researching weather balloons a long time ago?
Oh yeah, that'd have been sick though.
But like
It's like, oh,
yeah, that's another thing where like it's you can actually make hydrogen at home too, or you can make like hydrogen through some chemical process with like aluminum cans or something. It's pretty easy to make, but like I don't know. This would be I don't know. It's just kind of cool to think that there's. Well, it's cool, but also at the same time, I just was randomly on I go on rabbit holes too, like you guys.
Yeah.
And I was reading about the guy who like invented what the hell is it called? It's the guy who invented this, like he was like a German guy. Haber bought Haber with Bosch and invented like the process to make artificial nitrogen and or ammonia. It was like a ammonia, synthetic ammonia, and like that. Like he made it kind of like initially before the world wars as like this will be the thing to save, to basically allow the planet to grow and allow more people to exist and population growth and everything. And it's crazy. I never realized like that synthetic. It's like he's known as like one of the greatest. It's one of the most like pivotal inventions for mankind because it allows but without synthetic ammonia like fertilizer, there's no possible way. Like our entire world population would be like half of what it is because you can't grow enough to support this large of a population without synthetic like fertilizers, I guess. Mm-hmm. It's like the law of like you can only take out of the ground what like there's only limited amounts within the system. Mm-hmm. But anyways, he's also the guy then his invention then like fueled basically like the entire like bomb industry with his like synthetic ammonia, and then eventually like all the chemical weapons he ended up developing like the worst of the worst chemical weapons in like World War I, like all the like different gases and everything. Yeah. But when I saw that like 3M came up with this new powder, or someone sent it to me at work, because like obviously we're pretty related to 3M, so I'll send it to you. It's just this little thing about it. But I was like, man, this is crazy, because like it could be just a great thing for like making tons of free energy and everything like that. But at the same time, like, what else could it possibly do? Like 3M already, they're still in trouble for forever from like those like PFAS, like polyfluorochemicals that are like permanent in the environment and can't be destroyed.
Oh my gosh.
Like they're like, they're not proven to be cancer causing, but it's like probably cancer causing. It's like definitely like one of those things that's probably pretty bad, and it's like it once it's in the environment, it's indestructible, and like they found it like traces in like human breast milk to like salmon in like Alaska. Like they're literally, it's like in everything. It's just spreading. It's like little traces of it are everywhere, and it's an indestructible element that they created.
Jeez.
But
it's crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just kind of crazy because I'm like, science is so weird because like this powder they created, it's like, man, it could be really good, but like, who knows? It might just make like hydrogen bombs super easy to make.
Yeah.
Like you can make, once the science gets out on this one, it's like, man, people can make their own hydrogen bombs in their backyard. Like,
yeah.
you know what I mean?
You ever see that video Well, I mean, there's probably a bunch of videos about it, but there's that one kid who
The
built
radioactive thing.
yeah, he built a nuclear reactor in his like mom's bed.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
true story. Yeah.
He's like basically just like a Boy Scout kid, like 14 or some shit, and he's really smart. So he built a nuclear reactor, and it's like, I think it was, well, there's a bunch of details to it, but to like get like material that you can use in a nuclear reactor, you have to like actually manufacture it, because like just uranium itself is not like condensed enough, you know, to actually be used directly in anything. You have to like, what's the word? Enrich it or whatever, you know?
Oh yeah.
So you build like a breeder, I think they call it like a breeder reactor or something. It's it like enriches the uranium, makes it more, you know, radioactive. And yeah, there's this long video about it. It's like 45 minutes or something. But eventually, you know, somehow the government or somebody figured out that like there's these radiation spikes in this neighborhood, and they had to come in with like a you know, like a hazmat team to extract this material from the neighborhood, because it was just like, you know, it's not like he had a lot of safety protocols, you know, he's just Boy Scouting it out in his mom's shed. I was like, what the fuck? It's actually super sad too, because, you know, obviously he's a smart dude if he could do that, but it wasn't even like he got cancer because he was all irradiated, although that might be true. But he ended up just being an alcoholic or something, and like died of like liver disease really young or something like that.
Dude, you know what's crazy? I'm reading about it right now. He like later in life was like had paranoid schizophrenia, and like he was like traumatized by being involved in like this whole scandal, because like the FBI investigated him and everything.
Oh yeah.
For creating this nuclear reactor, and it says he was paranoid about people who he claimed had the ability to shock his genitals with their mind.
What the heck? It's like straight up autism right
I
there.
know, man. Yeah.
Oh, is Alden on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Alden's picture on LinkedIn. I was like, no! Now his like mental image just ruined. Saw his
Who?
picture. Alden.
He's my coworker from Eigen, and
Oh, really?
another job, Namu too.
What is?
What was your mental image?
I don't know.
You just like to keep your images.
Well, I always
net-
remember we got our we went to the book signing for Jason Lewis,
Yeah.
and that was the first time I noted that experience where you listen to this guy on the radio and he's got this voice, and you start to build his mental image of what about, and then you go to the book signing. It's just like this random ass dude with like a fake orange tan, like a Trump tan.
Yeah,
And
he
you're
totally did.
like, what the fuck? You know, like, I wish I didn't come to this, because you look cooler in my head.
I know. I know. That is definitely a thing.
Everyone on LinkedIn though just looks like, you know, just another person, because it's all like you're just trying to get a job. So everybody's just maybe in a suit and tie or something, but just yeah, it's very generic looking.
Are you on LinkedIn now?
Yeah, the HR person at our company was like, hey, you know, we got this, like, they're gonna be at a convention or something.
Oh yeah.
And so they want more like followers or whatever, you know. They haven't mentioned it lately, but for a while they were like, make sure to retweet our stuff.
Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
I don't even have a Twitter. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
You do not owe me for social media exposure.
You know, I've still not ever gotten on the LinkedIn bandwagon. Like, I have like, I think I last updated it like when I was in college in Mankato. Like,
yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
you know, you'll never find me for a job. Like, don't even bother. Like, people at conferences like ask me by moment.
I don't want to be on it for that social media thing, even though it's like networking for a job. It's kind of a good thing.
Yeah.
But it is kind of nice because like I still don't really have a resume, and I know that it's like probably less common, at least in like my job. Sounds like this is all based on that, to be honest. But sounds like resumes aren't like that important. But at the same time, I don't really have one like ever worked out. So LinkedIn would be like a nice little soft kind of resume. Like, yeah, I got a log on there. I've worked here and there. You know.
That's a good point.
That's so crazy because we've had like so many resumes. I feel like every class makes you make a resume at Mankato and stuff.
Yeah.
So dumb.
I think the thing is, I guess what I'm saying is, I think the process of making a resume is probably a good thing because you like make a note of like what you've done, right? I'm so bad with that. I'm bad with dates, definitely. So like, I don't even remember like when I worked at Pizza Hut for what years or whatever.
Yeah.
And of course, that doesn't help me now anyway. But still, it'd be kind of nice to have that like noted.
Yeah. I know. I like have a. I definitely don't want to update my resume. Guess what, though, guys? I got home from my vacation yesterday.
Oh yeah.
And my boss wanted me to come in, or I got home on Saturday, but my boss wanted me to come in on Monday. And I went in, and she's like, "So, we have a offer for investment operations manager."
Nice.
Finally. So I'm like, oh, it's crazy because I've been here 8 years now. Like that's twice as long as I thought I'd ever be any place. And like, I'm just glad it finally freaking settled. Because I was like, I don't want to be here, or I don't want to have to go look for another job if you guys just don't take care of me, you know.
Yeah.
And like, I've been managing someone for 6 months already.
Oh yeah.
And you know, they keep referring to me as a manager. I'm in manager meetings now, and I was just not a manager. And it's like I literally was paid as much as the person we hired that I'm supervising.
Oh, yeah, you were saying that.
And so at least I just got a raise.
Thanks,
102.
Oh, nice. Man, that's a big one.
Finally broke the 100.
That's crazy because I feel like places never like reward you for staying.
Yeah.
That's
well,
good.
dude, I was negotiating. I was like, I actually worked it pretty hard. Like I redid my entire job description like from the ground up, and it was like vastly different. I like gave them a bunch of job descriptions of jobs I've been seeing. They're literally just like my job, and of course they're like mostly on the East Coast. They're all paid like 130,000, 140,000 on like East or West Coast. But so I'm like, I don't know what I'm worth.
And
but
that totally just wrecked me because if she did dropped her ult sooner, like dropped the wall, I could have ulted to Eve, but he held the wall up, and he can drop it whenever he wants. He doesn't have to keep it up, so I don't know what
I was just hoping to at least get over 100 because, you know, I think I was at like 75.
Oh, it's totally a support. Oh, he's just trolling. He's 1 in 6.
Yeah, we just hired this new girl, like 73,000. I'm like, come on, you guys. You're hiring new people to do my busy work. Like literally just to do the busy work that I do. And I'm supervising them, and you're gonna pay me like the same. Like, please, guys. I'm just so glad. But it's also weird because I'm like, I guess I'll ride this out another 4 years, see how it goes.
Yeah.
But now that's like a pretty good title, like investment operations manager. I really have been seeing tons of jobs with that, and like I'm honestly like, if things do end up going more remote or like more flexible in the future, where I could actually take a East or West Coast job without living there full time, I might consider it, you know. But also I'm just so, you know, I'm kind of unmotivated too to have like any major change. It's so much easier if I can just keep doing the same thing that I'm like pretty masterful at, and like the main, I know more than everyone on most things regarding most things. So it's like, it's just easier. Just keep me and pay me decent. So it's pretty good though. It's like 30% more.
Yeah, that's super good.
It's way better than the roses.
I was just thinking, you got me beat again, so now the universe is back.
I know. Yeah. I know. I was literally like, yeah, I'm like, otherwise I had to become a programmer.
Got a reskill.
But, yeah. And I mean, I'm already doing the job, so it's not like, oh, and then the other nice thing, it's so weird, it's so awkward. They like have a letter for you and everything, and like with the salary on it, they're like, so does this sound good? And I'm like, I guess. Like, this is 100. I'm like, I told my boss the range for jobs I was seeing was like 90 to 140,000. So I was like, maybe 120, maybe. Like, I was always thinking too, if I got 120, then that would that's, I think, when Karina and I bought this house, we probably made like 110 or something together. And she's taking a year off, so
yeah,
we basically got to go broke, but don't make a little more money.
yeah.
But so it really helped.
That's super nice too, because if she, if you guys decide and she decides she wants to do something again in the future, you won't just be making what you were before. You'll be like, making
we'll be racking in, man, if she gets something. I know. She might. I don't know.
I was telling my brother that because he thought he had a good job opportunity a while ago that unfortunately turned out to be a scam. So that was a huge letdown. But yeah, at the time though, he was like, because his wife's been working more, long story short, because he doesn't work at my mom's company anymore. It went from like, he was unsatisfied there to I was kind of having a hard time finding employment. So,
man,
kind of sucks. But his wife was able to get, she was already working part-time, but then she was able to go somewhere else. I don't know if she's working she must be working straight up full-time now. But making more money, so now I think they're still like basically making close to the same amount. So like their bills are covered essentially, which is good.
Yeah.
But I was telling him, like, if she's comfortable still working, you get this really good job, then you're just making extra, and as long as it's not like burning you guys out, at least for like 6 months or something, make the extra cash at top. That's always the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I know. And Karina's, at least it gives her some flexibility to like, if she wanted to do something different than like district classroom job, she at least could like have flexibility. Like, you don't have to make the full-time salary. Like, one thing we just heard about, or we kind of had an idea, but we were talking to someone out in Colorado randomly, and like they were saying that like their kids had severe dyslexia. It's like a pretty common thing, actually. It's like super common disability. It's like just completely, there's like no services for it really. It's like, they're too busy dealing with like the kids who are like about to kill themselves with like some dyslexic things. It's like kind of a friend, it's almost like it's a step past like ADHD or autism kind of, it's like an education or like a learning disability type thing. But like Karina was like, yeah, my school too like had no services at all for people with dyslexia, and like she's like, I even did like the specialized training, and Larry's like, like, yeah, I ended up quitting my job to tutor my kid because tutoring for dyslexia is like $80 or $90 an hour. And Karina's like, what? Like, she's like, I've actually done that training to be able to do that tutoring, and like, she just did it as like a professional development thing. And she's like, you make $80 an hour doing that, and it's like, man, that would be worth a part-time job if you can make like enough money that it's like actually friggin' adds up, you know?
Yeah.
So just kind of thinking too, like maybe she could scrape something together with like, you know, I mean, it's kind of especially in this part of the city, there's like plenty of people who are wealthy enough to like pay $80 an hour if their kids need like specialty tutoring. So I'm hoping she maybe try something like that. And then if she wants, you know, she could always try to get a teacher job too. Like she's sick of being a classroom teacher too.
It sounds like, well, it sounds like overall that industry, if you want to call it that, is kind of messed up with. But yeah, it sounds like they just really put unreasonable expectations on.
Yeah, it's just like too stressful. It's like being a soldier. It's like being probably like being a police officer. There's way more involved than any person should deal with. Or like way more drama. But I don't know.
You just shoot somebody and then you gotta like do
paperwork. No. You gotta paperwork, you gotta like go to trial. You gotta like decide if you're gonna stand on people or not.
Do you use your knee? Do you just wring them by the neck with your hands, you know?
Yeah. I'm gonna someday bear spray somebody. It's like, I don't know. It's my only defensive weapon in my house. And I'm like, man, someday someone's gonna break in my house. I'm gonna bear spray them, and they're probably gonna go blind or die.
Death by bear spray.
It could happen. You could get like suffocation from it, I think.
Yeah, I guess
it's probably close to like a chemical weapon.
Right, like if you had an inflammatory response.
Yeah. Well, I would excessively bear spray them like point blank. But you notice something the other day. Well, it's kind of ridiculous. But you know how there's, I don't know if you remember in Chaska, there's always like news of garage break-ins and there's always like a lot of car theft and like garage break-ins in Chaska. Because there's just, it's like a easy, I guess, people come out here to go break into garages. But so we were just reading, like we got home from our trip on Saturday, and we were like reading, and I was unloading the car, and like Green was in here reading the paper, and like, oh, there's a new upsurge of garage break-ins again. Like, make sure you don't leave your garage open at night. And she's like, go shut the garage. And I went out there, and there's literally like, I've seen suspicious cars in my neighborhood before, who like drive by and like be hanging out, and then I'll come outside and they'll drive away. So like I've seen it happen before, and so I saw a suspicious car, and it drove away. I'm like, I'll just keep an eye on my car as I'm unloading it, and then I went back in and I came back like a little bit later, and there's like that same car was in the same spot again. And then I just like was kind of watching them. I shut my garage and I was just watching them in the dark, and they got out of the car with headlamps on, then like opened the garage door, and then like went inside and turned out the front lights of the house, and then like came back out and like shut the garage door, and like walked around the house with headlamps on. I'm like, this is a fucking burglary, like Home Alone classic, And so I like called it in, you know, I'm like, I just gotta call this in. This is too much. I'm like, this is like, these people have to be robbing this house. And then like the police officer like called me back. He's like, no, it was, I checked that house and it was just the residents, and they said they just got back from walking their dog, and they're
Yeah,
and then
sure.
then they're in their backyard setting squirrel traps. I'm like thinking,
At like 3 in the morning.
I'm like, check again, because that sounds like bullshit reason right there. Like that's like the worst. That's like the worst excuse ever. I'm like, but I still am like curious. I don't know. Well, and the other weird thing is there was a nut. So part of what got me so paranoid too is there was a van directly across the street from them, and the car was like parked with its like lights turned off, and there was like 3 people loading the car up from a dark garage with headlamps on. I'm like, what's with everyone with headlamps on in the middle, like at 10 o'clock at night? I'm like, you just all have headlamps on, like leave your lights off and load your car up? I'm like, this, it looks like everyone's getting robbed around this neighborhood, and I'm the only person here, like neighborhood watch. But I think I saw the next day, I was like, I saw that car drive off, and I was like, I don't think I recognize that car. So of course I reported that too. And then the next day I saw it's like that same car is parked in the driveway. I'm like, well, I guess everyone's just weird, doing stuff out of the night in front of their own houses. But
That's weird though, because like,
I know.
especially like in suburbia, people are always just leaving all their lights on outside,
Yeah.
like all night, right?
Yeah.
And then you got really like turn the lights off, and then use headlamps.
It was weird. I mean, I was so, I was jonesing so bad. No, I was like, I was watching this, and I'm like, this is some serious stuff going down. Like this is like a planned burglary. Like they know the garage code and everything. It's like that wouldn't be hard to do. You could easily. I mean, that's what these people do. They like. A lot of times. I mean, it's pretty sophisticated burglaries around here. It's like they'll steal your garage door opener from your car, like when your car is left unlocked in the driveway. That's like the most common thing is they'll steal your garage door opener and then they'll come back when you're not home. Like that's like too sophisticated.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy, actually.
Yeah, and like I don't know, I called the cops once before when the cars, like literally this one car drove by my house like in 30-minute increments. I had my garage open and I was like on the side of my house so they couldn't see me, like down on the hill, and I saw them like drive by slowly and like stop right in front of my house and then like park like 2 houses down and then like sit there for like 10 minutes and then I walked out in the street and they like drove off. And then like 45 minutes later they came back again. I'm like, dude, this car is not legit. But it could be just high schoolers like waiting for someone too.
For like a Jordan.
Yeah.
I wonder about that sometimes because you know, some people just don't have house numbers, and then they have the dark property and everything. And yeah, sometimes you drive around the streets so long, like 10 minutes, and dude, somebody's gonna be quick.
Yeah. No. Man.
Yeah, oh wait, yeah, when Matt was over, I probably talked about when I do work for my cousin on the side.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Doing web design and stuff?
Well, he owns a ISP company, like it's not MediaCom, but you know, something kind of like that, like a more local one. And apparently, they've been having a ton of success recently. Like they've just got tons of new subscribers. Oh yeah. But they don't have like all their stuff automated. So he didn't explain it fully because he's been super busy. So he was just like, kind of in a crisis. He's like, "Hey man, I'm just floating out there. You know, we need help. Are you available?" Or, you know.
Yeah.
But he said that mainly they're trying to get things more automated, so that like everything's remote access. Like they do apartment buildings, I guess. So
Hmm.
the unit in the like they have a unit of some kind in the apartment, like each unit, right? So they can turn it on and off remotely and all that kind of stuff. But I guess, you know, when they get a new subscriber, they get to actually configure it. And so they're trying to automate it, but they just don't have enough people to like do that. And yeah, so, but I think I gave them like a really, I totally gave them a confident answer. I was like, you know, I really want to help you out. I got a pretty good job set up, so I'm not really looking to leave, but like, you know, kind of depends. If it's like really intense, I don't know if I have time to dive into that. But if it's not crazy, then yeah, totally, I'll work on the
Yeah.
weekends.
Yeah.
But so I think it's a combination of that, being like really confident about it, and then also he's super busy right now. I think probably because like this is the season when people are moving, you know, so that's probably part of why they have not just more new subscribers, but I'm sure like people are, you know, leaving apartments and new tenants needs to do some of that or something. So he's like, yeah, we should probably actually just wait till the winter when things die down, because like I'm just too busy leaving like get that up. But it's interesting because he offered me like a little more per hour than what I'm making now,
All right.
or technically making now, like based on a 40-hour work week anyway.
Yeah.
So, and it's not like what he suggested wasn't like a crazy bump, so it wasn't definitely not where I feel like I want to like leave my job to start a new job for just marginally more, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
But
plus you don't know what it's gonna.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's,
You don't.
you know,
You don't. You might have more progression at that job, depending on, or like in that field.
yeah, I
Depending on
think
what
what
it
I'm
is.
doing now is a better thing to be plugged into overall. Because, you know, it's like fintech kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I think, you know, I'm pretty small world here, but based on what Matt's saying, like, you
Yeah.
know,
I know.
you're closer to the money. But yeah, so I don't know. But doing it on the side though, as long as it doesn't take me like way, he was talking about like paying me per project.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little dicey. But the thing is, he's family and he's like a cool guy, so it's not like he's gonna
Oh
try to
yeah.
take advantage of me, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But obviously, like, if I'm just kind of inexperienced in whatever they're doing, it could easily take me a lot longer to do these projects, and then I
Yeah.
wouldn't really be making that much, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to
So
like under deliver, and also you don't want to. Yeah, you don't want to like have to work way more. Yeah, expend way more time than it's worth.
yeah, and that's super what I'm worried about, because like if they're talking about automating stuff, that, you know, be kind of, if they're not already doing it, that means they kind of need like maybe a system for that setup or something.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I'm confident I could figure something like that out if I put all my effort into it, but I don't know. That's why I'm like unconfident. It's like, well, you're talking like 15, 20 hours a week, and the stuff I do currently is like super demanding. You know, I don't know if I could figure something like that out like casually, you know.
Yeah.
So we'll see, I guess. But
You
he's
could
like,
you could get a part-time job at Amazon like Matt has.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, not anymore.
Yeah, I
You
quit
don't?
2 weeks
What?
ago. Yeah,
No way.
it's so bad. And it was
What?
getting super hectic. Like half the team left. I was
You
like
told
one
me,
of the
yeah, I remember you told me
oldest
that.
people. Yeah, and then we already missed one deadline for our general launch, and then we're going to miss another one. So it's just like tons of work, but at the same time, they just have tons of meeting all day. So you
Is
pretty
it
much
like
only get to work after 5 p.m. Like that's when you have to do all your
what?
coding, and they just expect you to stay up till midnight coding shit. which is like
Because
so stupid.
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's the worst.
So, do you just work back at with Drew?
Yeah, just back in Namu for now. We'll see. what
When you
happens
don't
after
have,
this.
you're kind of like a little bit free. Like you make enough there
Yeah, exactly.
to get by if you know.
It's honestly not worth the extra money. I mean, it sounds like a lot, but when you consider like how much worse the day to day is, you just imagine
Yeah.
doing that for decades. I mean, there's a reason the tenureship is like most people only stay 1.1 years there. I stayed like
Yeah,
just over that. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I see why. It's so bad.
It's just some terrible behemoth trying to squeeze you for your intellectual property.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, just to squeeze some labor out of you. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's kinda
And they
crazy.
had Monday morning 7:30 a.m. meetings, and they'd be like, just to make sure that you're working like right away. And then they'd always have meetings on Friday, like 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., like just to fill out the whole week, just to make sure you're around, which is super annoying.
Yeah,
And
that is.
Bad.
Like, I get that some people will just not work, but I mean, if you need to waste their time with meetings to make them work, is that really like a good business model?
Right. I mean, to be
And,
fair, I skipped like half those, but whatever. A lot
Yeah.
of people would just kind of skip or not turn the camera on, so they just kind of, they're dozing off.
Yeah.
And
Was there really tons of meetings?
so many,
I
at
can't
least 3 a day. Okay, some days you'd
Yeah.
have 5 or
What?
6. Yeah, literally Tuesdays. Every Tuesday was
What are
like
you even
booked
talking
morning to
about?
dusk. So they have like
Like,
sprint
how many
review,
people are
sprint
on those?
retrospective, sprint planning poker, backlog clearing, daily stand-ups. I had 2 one-on-ones a week, one with my sprint scrum master and then one with the like general manager, and just so much BS, man. And then and that's not even counting like the they encourage you to come to these like women empowerment meetings and stuff too, and like
Oh yeah.
most people just don't, but eventually your manager will like ping you and be like, I'd really appreciate if you attend at least one of these once in a while. There's one coming up. And obviously they auto track your attendance on all these meetings. They track your keyboard input and like, oh, are you around right now and stuff? And they have these surveys that pop up that if you don't answer them quick enough, it probably like flags you. Oh man, it's just super bad. It feels like such a
Jeez.
factory system.
Man, imagine being one of those freaking managers. It's like Jake Hughes to the max.
Dude, my manager was actually like Jake Hughes though. So the weird thing about these places is you don't have to have any experience to be a manager. They wanted me to be a manager, and I've only been coding for like 4 years, right? Like, you want to be a manager? Right when I started, my manager was like 23 or something. Like he'd coded for 1 year, and now he's a manager of engineers. So he has no idea anything about coding besides what he reads on.
He's just a bot.
Yeah, he just reads some flashy stuff on Hacker News and then complains we're not using it. Like, have you guys tried like Selenium for this? It's like, dude, just shut up. Like, so annoying.
When it's literally like, it's just that whole like, it's literally the ladder system, like the middle management that just like they pressure them to pressure you.
They do.
Pressure,
there's so many
like,
layers.
It's just like a pressure layer system. You know what's gonna be great though is the future is gonna destroy those jobs.
Yeah, I know. There's so much just busy work.
It is.
Dude, and there's so much politics in big companies too. People will brag about like, oh, I'm only 4 skips from Andy Jassy. I'm like, who cares, dude? Like, you have 4 bosses before the CEO. I don't care. Like, everyone's bragging about how many skips they have to the CEO. It's like, dude, get a life.
Yeah.
I don't think it even correlates to pay. It's just like a bragging, right? So dumb.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's hilarious. Well, also, so I was just reading something that like, everyone's been going nuts for like working remote and this new like remote world, how we can, they're like so happy they can like live wherever they want and everything. But they're like, it's not going to take long for the market to adjust and be like, okay, I guess if these jobs can be remote, then we'll make them super remote and outsource to cheaper countries.
Exactly.
Like all the white collar workers who are like those business people, all those business people who've literally produced nothing and are just it's part of this crazy behemoth system of like whatever the nonsense business world became, you know,
Yeah.
like all that. It's like so much of that is just useless nothingness, you know, like
Yeah.
it doesn't, I don't know.
It's like at
It doesn't,
DB1 we had like office manager, so she would just kind of make like
oh
she'd
yeah.
decorate the office and throw fun little parties for the holidays or like, you know.
Yeah.
And then when we started working from home, she even said, she's like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do when everyone's working from home. She'd just like chat to you on Slack and be like, so how's it going? Like,
Yeah.
oh man.
Man, there's a lady at my work that's kind of like that. And, or she's like, yeah, it's facilities manager, but like I don't know how many times she like rewrote like complex policies for the facilities during COVID, and like then it all changed, and it all changed again. And like she like put, you know, like she had like the silliest stuff. Like she had um every like you wave to open doors. It's like contactless doors all over the office now, and it's like, but they weren't hardwired. They're battery operated.
Oh
So
no.
like we were there for like a month, and suddenly like none of the doors work anymore, and it's like now you just feel dumb. You're like waving at the door and it's not opening. You're like, this is all just such a freaking waste.
Yeah.
Like how much money did they spend? They probably spent like 100 grand like retrofitting the building with all this like motion sensor crap, and it like it didn't even work for like a couple months. Like it only worked for a few months, and then they had to like they redid it all now with like hardwired stuff, which probably cost like 3 times as much. It's such a joke. I'm like, this lady was like running around, or like for a while she had like signs, floor signs, so like people wouldn't cross traffic like earlier on in the pandemic, but then we never came in the office for that point. Like it was to open the offices back when the pandemic was like more serious.
Yeah.
You'd have like one-way pathways so you'd never like walk past another human. And it was like so silly. Like she did it to the whole entire office, and then like no one ever came because like we didn't end up having to come back earlier on. It's like, and then like they took all those signs down. They were like heavy duty, like printed, like manufactured like floor signs, like, you know, floor stickers and stuff. And it's
Oh
just
man.
so like I'm like, man, her job is so pointless. All she does is like run around and try to like make all this stuff work that doesn't even matter at all.
Yeah.
It's like, great, now I can wave and maybe the door will open, or I could just open it. Like I literally walk up to the bathroom and like the door opens like the slowest ever. So I just stand at the bathroom door waiting for it to open. It's such a joke.
That reminds me of when I was still doing DoorDash in the height of the pandemic. And this is like after I stopped caring about it too.
Yeah.
So of course I was like the one guy without a mask and stuff, making everyone uncomfortable. But besides that though, like Chipotle's were just the worst. Like I don't know what they did wrong, but
Oh,
always 20, 30 minutes late. You stood around for like
they're
half
the
an hour
worst.
in the store.
Yeah.
And the thing is like, you know, slow the spread, wear a mask, 6 feet apart, you know, get takeout so you don't have to go inside a building and all this. Meanwhile, 30 freaking DoorDash drivers are standing shoulder to shoulder waiting for these Chipotle people to make orders that are like 45 minutes late.
Yeah.
And I'm the one guy without mask, but I'm literally like looking around the room. All these people with a mask, little DoorDash bag, standing shoulder to shoulder, crowded around, just twiddling their thumbs for 45 minutes. You know, okay, maybe that's
Yeah.
exaggerated, but like literally 30 minutes though,
Yeah.
inside a building, when it's like, dude, this
Yeah.
is worse. Normally you're in
Yeah.
and out in like 10 minutes at a Chipotle, but now at the height of the pandemic, when you should not have any contact with people, you're sitting there for 30 minutes instead. It's like,
And
how is this like? This makes no sense.
dude, I feel like Chipotle is like becoming like the next Kmart, Burger King, like just total. They're the worst managed company. Like I was downtown, or I walked to Chipotle the other day with some people at my work, and downtown, like on 7 Corners over by that Town Hall Brewery, and there was like 3 people working, and like I went there and I'm like, are you, or I'm like, do you guys have more of those peppers? And they're like, no. I'm like, well, when, or is there gonna be more like coming? Like I can wait, you know? And they're like, no. And then, like, got down the line, it's like, is there more pico? Is there more cheese? No. Like, there's literally, they're just saying no. Like, they're not gonna have more cheese. They're not gonna have, they're literally out of half the line. And like, I was at the beginning of like a lunch rush of like, there's like 30 people behind me. I'm like, dude, these people are gonna get murdered. Like, it's like when we run out of bread at Subway. Like, there's no game past that. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, man, what the hell are these people doing? Like, how do you not have cheese? Like, isn't there a bag of cheese in the back you can just open up and dump in here?
Yeah.
I'm like, are you sure there's not cheese? She's like, nope, no more. Like, the lady was so like doom and gloom about it. Like, no more cheese. There's just none.
Yeah.
I'm like thinking, man, you should just open up like a volunteer and go in the back and help them make more cheese, so we can have some fully made burritos here.
Yeah, DoorDash like brought out my inner asshole.
Yeah.
At Chipotle specifically.
Yeah.
Because like when I first started, I'm doing the like, you know, like the Pizza Hut thing. Like, oh, you forget a pop? Well, then you go back and you deliver it to the customer, you know? Well, you know, you showed up at Chaska Chipotle. That's in like, I don't know if you can call it uptown, but like up the hill, you know? And then I got another delivery to pick up that's downtown at this Asian place. And so Chipotle, I'm like, look, how long is it gonna take? I got other, you know, orders to pick up. They're like, we're behind like an hour, dude. And it's like, okay, well, I'll just come back. I'm gonna go to the Asian place. And then I sit at the Asian place for 30 minutes. And I'm like, how long was it gonna be? And there's like literally 2 employees, the 2 owners.
Yeah.
And and they're like bloodshot eyes just look at you like pretending they don't speak English basically. And
Yeah.
like, okay, so then I go back to Chipotle and they still don't have it done. And then meanwhile, if you're smart, you know, you do the math and you're like, I just drove up and down the whole city and didn't pick up a single order.
Yeah.
Going above and beyond at this job is not going to pay out at all.
Yeah.
Like, not only did you waste an hour, but you spent
When-
gas that you're not
No
getting paid.
no one who orders food and waits over an hour is going to be satisfied. Like,
Yeah.
the whole point of ordering food is like, I'm not feeling like going and getting it. I just want it to be brought to me. It's almost like an impatience thing. Like, I don't want to go get it. I just want it to be on its way right now.
Yeah. But somehow, as that became popular, the service got even worse to where
Yeah,
you
it
wait
did.
longer than when you used to just go and get it yourself. It's
Yeah.
like, how is this even a thing?
I know.
I still
I
get
know.
actually, I think I just unsubscribed because I'm so like offended at the company of DoorDash. But I had still been getting emails once in a while, like once a month, and they're like, yeah, if you take 25 deliveries this weekend, you get an extra $200. And I'm like, dude, I've been there, done that, man. It's actually almost impossible to do 25 deliveries
Yeah.
in a weekend because it's so freaking inefficient. You literally
Yeah.
have to work all day for all
Like
30
24
days.
hours a day. Yeah.
Yeah.
An
Well,
hour a delivery.
And then if you have some bad runs set up, or like you're more out in the suburbs where things are just farther away, so you can't take as many little short ones, you know, it's just actually impossible. You know, it's like, it doesn't sound
No.
like that many, and $200 sounds good, but even $200 split between 25 runs was that less than 10 cents a run or something? Or, wait, no,
That's too bad, man. We could have made our delivery app and made a pizza company delivery that's like peak efficiency, like manufactured perfection optimization. You know, AI optimization for everything. Like get these orders out like fast as humanly possible and as efficiently as possible. Like that was the dream. It's like, man, Now the whole world is just like, service has gotten the shittiest ever. Like, now I just tip people tons everywhere I go, even fast food, because I'm like, just feel bad for them because they're so miserable. I just like
That's
tip them. Yeah, like they get tipped at 25% now at like McDonald's. Or, you know, not McDonald's. I won't tip them at McDonald's, but at like, you know, we were on vacation and stuff, like in the random coffee shops and stuff, like they're automatically adding, or the tip is like on the screen already, you know,
Yeah.
on their toast. It's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. I feel bad for anyone working in service industry anymore, and if they're not an asshole, I'll tip you good.
Yeah, I've been so there's like a local coffee shop here called Blackwater.
Oh
And
yeah,
it's kind of cool because it's like I don't think it's a chain at all. I think it's just a one location type of deal. And it's actually kind of nice inside, and their food's pretty decent. It's kind of like more of a cafe than just you know, Starbucks kind of a place. But the people working there, they're mostly like young kids, so you can't like hate on them too much, you know. But they're just kind of like less, you know. Half of them are like not focused at all on like actual working, and you know they're young kids, so it is what it is. But what killed me the other day is I had a like really busy day at work, so I try not to stay there all day, especially towards their close. But this day I was like in it, you know. And apparently they're closing a half an hour early now. And these people, I'm like so offended because I go there every day. So like they know who I am, and you know, I don't really talk to them, so they don't like know my name, but they know who I am, you know. And I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden like the lights go out, and I'm like, what the hell? And then I can hear him talking up there. Like, he's still there. I'm like, dude, you guys changed your hours, and for the one time I finally stayed till close, and you like can't talk to me, like say like, hey, so now we're closed. Like
Yeah.
they're just like making comments across the floor. I'm like,
that's so weird.
what the hell? These guys are like fucking assholes.
Yeah,
But the thing that killed me too though is like before they turned the lights off, I kind of wonder now if they're trying to be like conspicuous because they just couldn't
yeah,
stir up the courage to say, "Hey, we're closing." Or something.
probably, yeah.
But this girl was like mopping, and I was doing my work. I was really into it. I just noticed her out of the corner of my eye, and then I noticed I did like a double take because she's walking around with like the mop, just dragging it behind her limply, and she's got a plastic cup with water in it, and she's just like sprinkling a little bit on the floor here and there, like literally
What?
just sprinkling, and then limply dragging the mop over it, just in between the tables, not even like under
Yeah,
them.
just like
I'm like, what's the fucking? Don't even mop at that point. Like, this is the most like horrible work ethic I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I'm just like super offended by that now.
yeah.
So. Yeah,
Yes.
I try not to be like an asshole, but I didn't tip those people for a couple of days. I'm like, come on, dude.
Oh,
Tipping you 10%, and you're like, can't even bother to like pretend to mop the floor. You just, I don't know.
yeah,
Kills me.
I know what you mean. I should go to bed, you guys, but
Yeah.
good to talk to you. I'm salary now too. I'm not hourly.
Oh, nice. I didn't know you were hourly.
Yeah, I've always been hourly, which is literally just, it's like a bitch feeling. It's like,
Yeah.
I have to like track my hours, like I have to like, I don't have to punch in and out, but I have to like put in, like when I take a lunch break and everything, put in how long I was on for and everything. Like, I don't know, it's just like a annoying thing to pay attention to.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Especially when it's like 9 to 5. It's not even like you have shifts. Right?
yeah, yeah, and like sometimes I'll work. I once in a while work overtime, and I would get paid extra for it, but it's like so rare that it's not worth like worrying about. If anything, you know, if you work overtime, I mean, the nice thing in this field is like no one's working tons of overtime. It's like if you had to work on Saturday or something, something doesn't get done, it's like just come in late on Monday, you know.
Exactly.
Like people don't, you know, they're pretty understanding. Like if you have to like work your ass off or something, then take a break. Next, you know, we'll understand if you like take a half day next week.
Kind of funny because I've ironically been kind of doing that this week.
Yeah.
Usually we have like 2 week, you might call it like a sprint or something, but 2 week release cycles, and we'll try to like finish things up by Thursday so that they can, do a release, and then if there's any problems, you got Friday to figure it out, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And we're all like remote, so can easily just be doing the weekend anyway. But anyways, I like crushed out stuff I was supposed to be on in this last cycle, so I got like 95% of everything done, and the leftover stuff is just not going to get finished this cycle. But I think there's some other things people were working on that were like on the edge or something. So they moved our like Thursday, they pushed it back to Monday the next week, which was this last Monday. And then they've been trying to squeak in a couple more things. I don't even know what day it is. Wednesday. So like yesterday and I see it's after. So, yeah, like today they were trying to squeak in a little bit more, and then fix some errors and all this stuff. So everyone's like working really hard, but I got all my stuff done like a week ago.
Yeah.
For the most part. So like none of it's really on me right now. It's kind of nice. I feel a little bit lazy because I don't want to bother anybody because they're working on like other last minute items,
Yeah.
Just kind of chilling, trying to not actually waste time, but poke around.
Well, I'll let you know at least about that Joe Satriani's show.
All right.
And well, you'll go? Or you think you'll go if I? I'll text you just to let you know. But I'll go. I'll plan on going with you, and I'll figure out the tickets and just get like the whatever decent tickets there are.
Just double check. I don't have
Sunday night.
anything on my schedule.
But I'm gonna see if Jake wants to go. I'll wait for him to reply tomorrow.
Yeah.
So he does like the guitar shows too.
Oh yeah.
Also the other guitar, that I said John Petrucci's playing in like December or something, or maybe it's November. So that'll be pretty cool. I like guitar shows.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'll talk to you soon, man. See you guys.
All right, dude.
See ya. Oh shit, let's get her. What?
That's nuts for that patent stuff. That 15 months negotiating. That's a fucking long process. Holy crap.
Yeah, it is.
I was just thinking, like, that's what you hire lawyers for. But then half our team is lawyers, so we probably didn't hire any lawyers.
Yeah, true. They actually know. That's like Samira writes up her own employment contracts. Pretty cool.
That's super cool. And I remember reading that contract and I was like so stressed out because I'm like, man, I don't even know what I'm doing. And then it's just like all the crazy language in it and stuff, you know?
Yeah,
And it's like, what are you gonna do? Like test it or something?
right. I have a
But
friend who was like, "Oh, there's like this weird non-compete in here, where a lot of them have like everything you code on company time is like theirs property and stuff, which is kind of
Yeah.
sleazy. That's like it just is how it is, and usually they won't enforce it anyway. It's just kind of like they want the option to enforce it, right? If you do become a billionaire on company time, they want their cut, right? But if you just,
Yeah.
I don't know, they're not going to go after you for a small app.
I think it depends what it is, probably. Like, if it's their core feature, then obviously that's theirs.
Oh yeah,
But
if you're like ripping
found,
off,
like,
yeah.
yeah, but if you just found like a cool little like little trick that you can do in a certain situation or something, it's hard to say that that's like, what part of that's like actual intellectual property and what part of it is just like a algorithm that somebody else probably already figured out, but you just know it now.
Right. The patent stuff, I don't know if that actually matters really. Like no one's gonna like go after our core provisions. Yeah, like all they patented core provisions or like the layout and the click patterns and stuff. Like, woo, I was gonna copy it.
It sounded to me, didn't you say that like Eigen had a ton of patents?
Yeah, Eigen patented everything. Eigen patented the Roboto font. It's like this is our font now. It's like I didn't even know you could do that. It's just like an open source font. But I guess you can just patent the usage of it. You're not patenting like the font. You don't get royalties from all usages of it. But it's like within the text space, anyone using Roboto is like infringing on your patent, kind of, right? Like we are the Roboto font tech startup. Which is
That's
just weird
like
though. It still feels like
what things look like or something. Or was that even just for like internally, for like your code or something?
no, like it was just for the documentation and the website and the app and stuff.
Okay.
But it's like so weird.
Yeah. But since you said that they're doing that, maybe it sounds like maybe it's kind of like the no compete stuff where you just kind of, if you can, you kind of have to cover your ass in case you go nuclear and then some Eigen out there is like, no man, that's our font. You can be like, nope, we patented it. I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. It sounds like a lot of bullshit, but you hear about all these people suing each other left and right. Different, like Twitter and Elon Musk, for instance. It's a different scenario, obviously, but like when you have a bunch of money, all of a sudden you're just suing people, So like maybe you just gotta cover your ass when you can. I've heard that about Hollywood, and Hollywood's probably just bad for everything because it's a sleazy business, but apparently, like, you're making a movie, you got like a good script writer, and you got like this actor, and, maybe things are all up in the air until they get solidified at the end, pretty much. So, got this actor to do like a trailer, but then they're not actually in the actual movie, but you said they were gonna be, and then like you didn't have funding, so they're on the project, but then you finally got the $1 billion financing or some shit, and now all of a sudden your movie's a, $1 billion blockbuster or something. Like that's type of stuff where after the fact, then all of a sudden everyone's like, oh, that finally got made? Oh, now I want my cut, Now you're infringing on my intellectual property.
Exactly. It's all just contingencies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just Roboto font, man. Eigen patented the shades of yellow and teal that they use in their marketing material. You can't use those colors in the text space, or you're infringing on their patent. Like Eigen had like so many patents for just a bunch of garbage, but I guess that's what happens when you have twice as many marketing people as engineers. You start doing stuff like that for like, but
Didn't you guys say like were they the company that was kind of grifting or whatever? Like
Yeah,
They're selling more than they're producing.
yeah, 100%. Whoa, that's a lot of people.
So maybe that falls in line with admin stuff that they're not even finishing.
Oh, he's so quick. Even with my slightly magical boots, I can't catch him. His boots are garbage.
It'd be brilliant if you patented the AI technique that you don't actually use because it's too hard, so it's hard to code stuff, and then some other company figures out how to make the AI actually work, and they're like, oh, no, that's
I think it's super cool that you own all the rights to everything you generate unstable diffusion. Like if you wanted to use that as an album cover in your band and collect money on it, you totally can. Like that's all your artwork, which I think is just super cool. Like you could literally make a webcomic series entirely from stable diffusion artwork and charge for it. I don't know. Pretty neat.
That's pretty neat.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, it's Google's font, but like they don't own the font, but they own the usage of it within the text space, right? They can't collect royalties on anybody using the font, but if you're in the text space and you're trying to like market yourself, you can't use that font. Why are there so many people up there? Oh, that's so close. Yeah, just trickle in the improvements. I told you that, Drew, right? That like I'm gonna sped up the app by like 20-fold or more, right? It was just super slow loading this page because it was doing a bad query of like a JSON column in the database. And all we had to do was like index it. It was like a one-line fix, and it made the app like a million times faster. And it's just a common thing, like indexing a database column will just make your app incredibly fast. So it's not like that hard to find. But then like the top marketing guy at Eigen was like, oh, we can't push that all at once. We need to just like, you know, throttle it like just a little bit at a time to make it look like we're finding one improvement here, one improvement there. Because you'll look kind of like stupid if you just made one big gaffe. But like, I don't know, it's what happened, man.
Man, it feels like that's not the way Namor is. Like,
Yeah.
I forget what you did, but you did something and didn't you make like a 20% improvement?
Yeah.
Or maybe more. It wasn't like a bazillion, but it was like a huge chunk of improvement. And yeah, everyone was just like, dude, that's awesome. Keep doing more of that.
Right. Let's get this and oh, we should get the hourglass thing. That's the stuff. Oh, and let's get a potion too. Let's just really kick in a high gear. Damn, I got some CS, boy. 222. teammate. Second time this little beer tonight.
What?
He spilled his beer. He can't join the next fight. Oh man, this mouth guy is really hungry.
Looking at Eigen's website, introducing Eigen 5. Makes me wonder what kind of an increments that 5 was.
Eigen 5, it's so funny because they just have this like totally random version, like Eigen 5. Okay, dude, what's 5 mean? What's the difference between each version?
Reminds me of the like the video games you buy that aren't complete yet. They're all in beta or alpha or whatever. So it's just like they suck you in. It sounds like an amazing game, but that's because it's all in theory and it's not built yet. And then they get a bunch of users, and then they trickle out, you know, and probably not like intentionally trickle out, but it just turns out the polish is hard, right? So they trickle out all these updates, and then eventually you see these Steam reviews. It's like 10,000 hours in, 0 stars, would never recommend or whatever. And you're like, we played like fucking tons, you know, like thousands of hours. I'm like, yeah, it just never materialized what they promised. So, dude, you stuck through playing a video game that much. Crazy. The power of hype.
Yeah. Apparently the ad economy is like just dying. It's like the article said, like the ad apocalypse is actually here.
Oh yeah.
Like tech sexiness is so down that like just ads don't generate any revenue. So now there are people showing videos of Twitch. We'll show them a reel of 12 ads. 12 ads. Like 10 minutes of ads before your video starts.
What the heck?
So crazy.
I just use an ad blocker. I used to feel slightly bad about it, but it's like ads are a waste of life. So
Yeah.
like I don't really feel bad about claiming time back from my life by not watching ads that people are making. Think about how crazy that is. So like, like, you know, I watch videos on like 2 times speed almost always now. And it's funny how used to it you get, and you know, you get that thing where you can watch it like 3x or 4x or something.
Yeah.
Depending on the video, it's kind of hard, but you know, whatever, you can do it if you want. But imagine watching it at 1x speed with no ad blocker, watching 12 ads in a row.
Oh.
Like, just think about, you're not even just limiting like your exposure to information at that point, but you're also like filling up your brain processing advertisements, you know?
Yeah.
Like, what a freaking waste. What's hilarious now too is that I see so few ads that when I do see an ad, I'm like, oh wow, I never heard of that thing before. It actually works because it's so much in the ads, so like the few times I do, they're novelty. Of course, I don't buy anything new. That's funny. I was just watching that guy's video channel that I watch occasionally on YouTube, and he had a video. I think there's more to the video, but in the video he said that like he's decided to turn off ads because he hasn't gotten paid out by Google or YouTube for like 3 years now or something like that. It just generates no money. And I don't know if that's because, you know, maybe I think he has a decent amount of views, but maybe he doesn't have the settings right or something, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, apparently it's just the amount of money you generate off ads is so inconsequential for that guy that he's just like, fuck it, I'll turn it off. I'll make all the money on Patreon.
Exactly. Which reminds me, I met this guy on League or whatever, and he had like 3 viewers. And he's running ad reels when he takes bathroom breaks. Just like, bro, you gotta scrape those pennies off the floor. Like, come on, man.
Not even worth the electricity. That's another thing too. The ads are probably really not worth it. You consider you know, somebody's running their gaming machine to watch this video, and during that ad view, they're just sucking up electricity for nothing. It's like mining Bitcoin on your phone. Just nobody makes money. I worked with this, I think it was literally autistic, but it was this high school kid at a pizza shop, and I've totally popped his bubble because he was talking about, you know, he's in high school and it's kind of awkward and all that, talking about how he's mining Bitcoin on his phone. And I was like, oh yeah, you know, if you break down I was just going through like the stuff I knew about, you know, heavy stuff. Like you need ASICs now to profitably mine Bitcoin, and especially on your phone, you know, the power is such and all that. You probably pay a lot more for the electricity than you mine. And he looks so deflated, and I'm like, oh man, I'm not trying to pop your bubble, dude. I just think it's cool. You know?
Your cousin's mining Bitcoin or what?
No. This coworker of mine.
Oh yeah.
He was just like a high school kid that was like autistic.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, it's totally worthless on, like, you will not make the electricity back even on your phone.
Yeah, and it's not even close either.
Yeah, and you're getting like pennies. It's been ASIC for like 5 years now, right? Like,
yeah.
Even the GPU ones are like ASIC now.
Plus with those mining, a lot of times it's built into the software that you do a little bit of work for the person who wrote the code. They have it like tied into the network in some way, you know?
Yeah.
So like you're probably half the time just mining for them.
Yeah. He's just stealing your electricity. I guess for him it's free, you know, using your phone. Yeah.
So it's like complete money loser all the way around, except that all the costs are on you. So whoever wrote this app is just pocketing Bitcoin for free. And it doesn't have to be a lot to still be worth it because he's not spending it. But yeah, when I was mining Ethereum, that's how it works. So you use this miner, and whoever wrote the code, you can use it for free, but then like 2% of it or something, 2% of the work done is like connected to, you know, his network in some way where, you know, if you mine an Ethereum on that little 2% of it, he'll get it, kind of thing. And then I was in like, you know, a pool, and I think the website that facilitated the pool took like 10% or something like that. And,
yeah.
You know, the math all worked out. It was still profitable at the time to do it. But I was like, man, that's, you know, if you're smart enough to like make, you know, you can figure out the algorithm, create a mining program, actually get it, you know, market it somehow so that this is just the open source one everybody uses. Make a lot of money there. And then if you're one of these people who can market it enough to get everybody to use your pool, then you don't have to run the miners yourself. You just collect level off the top, you know? Like, that's how you do it. So there's people who have ridiculous Ethereum setups. I saw a YouTube video once of a guy who had like a freaking like grill vent hood in his basement, sucking the hot air off and blowing it outside and everything, and he had like a couple huge racks of Ethereum miners, and then like whatever it was in the market had changed so that like it was no longer profitable, and he's like, well, this entire setup's completely useless now. Like, oh my gosh. But it looked like fun type of a hobby to get into, before the peak.
Yeah.
And probably like a year after. This was a while ago, so like maybe even a year later it was worth it again. I don't know, but basically it's kind of like my hobby ideas of like networking Raspberry Pis together to do something. It's all completely useless. Like, what are you gonna do? Host a media server on your Raspberry Pi?
Yeah.
Like you can just stream shit for $10 a month on like Spotify or whatever. Anyways, it's
Right.
like not worth hosting your media server anymore. It's like not even worth pirating things because you can just get better quality through a cheap service like that, which is super cool. But yeah, so anyways, mining crypto is like an actual useful thing to do with a hobby like that. Obviously, a Raspberry Pi still would be worth it to do that, but you're effectively doing that type of project. Wish they had Raspberry Pis when I was a kid, because that's when you need to do that type of stuff where the projects are like totally useless, but you're young and have time to waste, so you can just do dumb shit, and learn something.
Yeah. Same.
Like building the StarCraft maps. Them was the days. I don't know if it was like posted on our server or not, but I watched a StarCraft 2 video recently, and as some pro player who was like doing a YouTube series or something where he's trying to get to the Masters League or whatever the highest levels of the Elo are, but by only building ghosts. So you play Terran and only build ghosts. And I wasn't even watching his series. It was like somebody reviewing one of the games, and it was like an amazing game to watch actually. Because first of all, he's building on ghosts, which is just stupid anyway. But I guess in StarCraft 2 they're kind of tanky for being they look like a marine, but they actually tank decent amount of damage. And then their snipe ability, I guess, is like pretty powerful. Especially you can like snipe overlords, and really do some damage to the any enemy players like economy and stuff. Uh, and if you can squeak some nukes in, obviously you can like destroy their expansion bases and things like that. But he did this one crazy play where he had his, the classic like the ramp up to his base. He had walled off the barracks or whatever, and the Zerg player was coming in with I don't remember what units exactly, but his whole army, like a bunch of roaches or something. And it takes a long time for a nuke to land. And this motherfucker nukes the front of his own base so far in advance so that by the time the Zerg player comes up to attack, his walled in barracks and all that, he can't even realize what's going on because it was perfectly timed. The nuke comes down and just nukes the whole army, completely wiped out. And I'm like, dude, that's some like high level IQ shit right there.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
That's cool.
And then by the end of the game, he ends up winning. And by the end of the game, he's just got, several like 5 or 6 academies all building nukes at the same time, and so he's just launching off nukes left and right. It's like it's so fun to watch actually. Reminds me of a game I played once. I was a doubles, and my teammate left like almost immediately. And that kind of screws you, but you get their base, you can control it, so you just use them for extra mining. It's like a free expansion. And if you can last a little bit, the advantage it gives you is that you have extra money to get upgrades quicker. So, you can get a little bit up ahead of the curve that way. But because I'm not an amazing player, I didn't really have coordination to build better units, so I ended up just maxing out my Zerglings. And I had so much economy because I got my allies base and I had an expansion going and all that the enemy team, they were even getting air and shit, and I got enough air defense down to blunt the initial wave of that. And I just sent so many freaking I don't exactly remember if I won, but I sent just wave after wave of maxed out supply Zerglings at them. And they had the right kind of units to deal with it and stuff, but it was just too many Zerglings, and I was doing so much damage. It was I don't know. It was an amazing game. It's like a strategy that shouldn't have worked, but when you can immediately resupply your entire army of Zerglings in 15 seconds flat, it's just send them everywhere, and they can't be everywhere at the same time with their whole army. They got the counter for it, but their base is too big, and you just eat up everything.
To Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
I hate these midweek releases. It just kind of makes the whole week pointless to me.
Yeah. When are we releasing? Today?
Honestly, I'm not even sure, but Monday was supposed to be the Thursday equivalent, and then we obviously had a bunch of problems with different errors all day. So I think what they would, I don't know. I guess I don't pay maybe as much attention as I should, but I think Jordan kind of will actually do the release on Mondays or maybe Sunday or something like that. So we try to finish our stuff up by Thursday to give him the time to do that. So I think now this Thursday or something is when he wants to, or maybe today is when they want to. I think they need to give an artifact or whatever to whichever bank. But yeah, it's funny you're talking about the middle management, places like that, putting all pressure on you, but not really doing a lot of work. Tons of meetings.
Yeah.
Meetings just to keep you busy. And meanwhile here, I don't know exactly what Jordan's all doing or how busy he is, but you see the messages in the chats and stuff, and I don't even want to bother him trying to do a meeting with him because he's got plenty of shit going on. You know, I'm like almost preventing myself from communicating with management because like, is it really worth their time for me to like try to make a meeting with them? Not really.
Right.
I'll just figure it out.
I wouldn't even really consider Jordan a manager. He's like CTO, more like a coworker. CTO at DV1 was super cool. He's like a coworker. We don't really have
Yeah.
a manager.
Yeah, I know we don't, but like if there is a hierarchy, he's the one obviously at the top.
Yeah, the hierarchy. But yeah, it's crazy at tech companies. It'll be like you'll have a project manager and then a product manager who are both kind of above you because you're just a dev. Then you have a scrum master and you have a, you know, forget what the regular manager is called. Then you've got the general manager and everything.
Yeah, I guess you need it if you have enough employees just to like coordinate things, but yeah, I'm kind of glad that at least for now I don't have to deal with that kind of thing. It'll probably be kind of a sad day when Namu gets that big, you know?
Yeah. Hopefully never. They said they don't want to do agile like ever, which is good. Try to keep
Oh, yeah.
it that way.
I didn't know that. I guess that's where my nude colors really show is like I don't even know what that stuff is.
Just make tickets for stuff and then you get together as a group and you play poker to try to estimate how long it's going to take. And then after you complete it, you do a retrospective as a team to find out what the surprise things were that took longer and what you could do better to plan it more accurately next time. Which is just like super asinine for every little bit of work to have a ticket. Oh, I think it's like three hours. Oh, 3 hours. I'm curious. What makes you think 3 hours? Because I was thinking more like 5 or 6. It's like, dude, honestly, if you just get out your ass, you can probably do it in 30 minutes. But like, I don't know. That's why these like estimations always feel so dumb. It's like, well, if you make a good guess and you just find out what to do right away.
Yeah.
I don't know.
An ally has been
The type of estimation I think probably only matters too when it's a bit more longer term. Like, is this going to take you 2 weeks or is this going to take you 2 months?
Oh, 2 weeks is insane. No, the entire sprint is 2 weeks. So things should either be like a couple hours, maybe a full day, maybe 2 days. And then like very rarely you'll see something that's like 3 days, which is like nuts.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, then it just doesn't really seem worth talking about. I don't know. Like maybe you don't get everything done or something, but like if you just go balls to the wall, you can probably just get it all done, and 2 of the things will take twice as long, and you know, the other stuff will be quicker than you thought, and it'll kind of even out, right?
Exactly. Because like a whole day ticket is like, well, what kind of day is it? Is it a day like Tuesday where we have meetings from 9 to 5? Because then like, I don't know if we'll get it done one day. It might be 2.
Yeah.
Whatnot. He's 6 already? What? How did you get 6 already? What is this? And Vlad doesn't care.
I just realized, yeah, I definitely wasn't wasting time But what killed me those last few days is trying to push documents to the front end to figure out if these highlights were showing up or not, and if it was because my data was actually getting in there or not. And so, like, you know, important to check. But then turns out when I'm doing it locally, I'm not even seeing my data at all. Like, we're getting wrong results because there's no results. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know, like, this isn't even matching, like, our servers. And then it turns out, oh, it's because a different part of because I pulled the latest and there's a bug. And so that part of the pipeline was failing. And so it terminated before it got to my stuff. So it's like not even that part was not even my problem, right? And I'm like, oh my gosh, the whole day wasted in here. It's just because, first of all, there's a bug that happens before it gets to my stuff. And then, so that's why I just went in and I'm like, okay, we're just going to run nothing but my stuff. And then, of course, the things show up and it's like, all the highlights are, what the hell? And then, you know, just takes forever to figure out, okay, I see the highlight in this part, but not in this part. So it's got to be something with the front end. Don't know what to tell you, Brian. You know? But there's still a chance that... What's I trying to do? Oh yeah, and then I was trying to verify documents on the front end, but the documents I was looking at weren't or not the front end specifically, but the you know, like feature 2. And then the document I'm looking at is on feature 2, or I thought it was, but then turns out the dates are different. So like, well, I don't have the document with that date. I have a document with a different date. And sometimes, especially with the SLL stuff, like they add the ESG provisions or whatever in the amended version, you know? So like, it matters. Like if it's an older date, it might just not have that stuff in it, you know? And so there's nothing to highlight in the first place. So it's just like, oh, it's such a slow process. But I'd probably make it worse because I get ADD when things take, you know, 10 minutes to run. I just forget what's even going on, and then it ends up taking a half an hour to do that stuff.
Same. It's like I like to just wait for my snapshot to finish. I don't like to do much extra while it's going.
Yeah. But at least a snapshot is usually like longer than 10 minutes. So it's like a whole block of time. You kind of know what you're in for. But when it's going to be like you upload a document and like, I don't know, it's a long document to process or not, so it can take 5 to 10 minutes. It's, you know, you can't just sit there and stare at it for 10 minutes. But then if you walk away, it's going to be a half an hour. You know, because you can like return it. Oh, this has been done for 20 minutes. I don't know what it's doing.
20-minute snapshot, are you high?
No, not a snapshot, but like putting the document through. So.
Yeah, or you said 10-minute snapshot, that's fucking crazy. My snapshots for parties take like 45 minutes, and then maturity dates is like 4 hours.
Yeah, sometimes I have stuff that runs that fast, but I mean like when you're doing a single document, and you just want to verify that, like if I actually put it through the normal way, like the end user is going to put it through, is it going to like turn out correct, you know?
Right.
And with this highlighting stuff, I have to check that because, like, obviously I'm hitting all the matches and stuff. That's why we even are at the point we're at, because we already verified all that. But on the front end, for it to highlight, you just need a little extra data. It doesn't change the actual success of the analysis. It's just what you see. And maybe I'm formatting it, or not including it, or whatever. Maybe it's me. These custom grids are kind of weird. Have you looked at them?
No, I never look at the front end. I don't open that shit. Can't remember the last time I ran the front end.
I don't even know if there must be a way to get to a click pattern to get to it, but you can also just go type in the endpoint yourself. And so for the couple different banks or whatever, they have like their logo, and then it's a bunch of information displayed in a different way than anywhere else in the app. And like, I guess that's cool that we're doing custom stuff for them, you know? But I'm looking at it, and I'm just not totally sure what the point is. I guess I'm not really an end user, so of course I wouldn't really know why they'd want that, but kind of looks like a panda. You see the messages going around, they're just flooding Brian with quests, keeping him busy. But it looks like a lot of management, because now you have custom designs for these different banks. I don't know how easy that is to reconfigure. In theory, it could be, easy to switch a thing here or there, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a lot of little stuff that's just like, oh, it runs, it might not show correctly in this version, this custom thing, because you had to write the new code for it to even look that way in the first place. It's the kind of stuff that you gotta appreciate a little bit, that when you're just working on your analysis as like a back-end developer, it seems to me like you kind of have like a lot less going on overall compared to the lawyers are writing the analysis, checking the results. Those diffs are probably a huge pain to go through. And then meanwhile, they're also like checking the results on like these custom pages now, like
Right.
giving input to the visual design, and maybe talking to clients. Like, I don't know
Yeah.
if it's more work than what I do, but it's like more breadth.
Yeah. But if you don't have your head in the code all day, I think it's actually pretty easy. Like if you came up with the logic for the analysis, I think reviewing the diffs isn't too hard.
Yeah, I think it depends. Some of them, the way we're matching and stuff is I don't know. I don't like those like individual words with lots of and groups and stuff like that. Just confuses the hell out of me. Because you're like, okay, sure, we match default here but not there, but why? Like exclusions and crap, and like, are we supposed to pick it up in the first place? Is this a good match? We changed which word, which default we're highlighting because we added a new exclusion, but this section's still good. It's kind of a pain to me. It's not that hard about matching a single word. I like the longer sequences better to make more sense. And I guess, you offload all that thinking to them, but when they come back at you and you're like, oh no, it looks like it should match to me. Why is like this generally not matching? Like, well, I don't know, right? Because we generally put in exclusions that exclude. I don't know. It goes back to why I felt like I'm kind of taking it easy these past couple days with like one of the Trellos. It's just like, these 5 sections are not matching with no details. So,
Yeah.
Either work really hard all day to figure out for yourself why, without understanding the legal aspect very well, Or you understand that you're not going to get this in for this release anyway, so just wait till things cool down and things coming to you better. Make have more time. Anyway, I should probably go to bed. It's getting late.
Same. I'll see you, man.
Catch you later, dude.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning. Your turret.